Morning, everybody.
Showing up, all of you. I know it's hard to fit this into busy schedules, but this is time for us to review the budget. So we are holding this meeting remotely by authority of various acts of the state legislature. If you have trouble hearing, please let us know, and we will try to get you in. There is a phone number that you can call if you can't otherwise reach, and you can attend by phone. So I want to go around the room and make sure that we do have a quorum, but make sure that we have the people on the committee can hear me and can be heard. Councilman Haneke.
Present.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Bernie.
Present.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So everyone that is here is we can hear, and they can be heard. Okay, so the first
Bob,
thing, yes.
Pardon me, I'll check in with Kathy and Alicia, and just a note for Pamela, we're going to do library first. So if you'd like to turn your camera off and just listen in until we get to DEI, that would be fine. Thank you for being here.
Well, I'm going to start. Go ahead and open up the meeting to public comment. I noticed there are two people in the audience. If you want to make a comment, please raise your hand, and we will bring you in and listen to your comment. I don't see any hands going up, so I'm going to close the public comment period. I still haven't seen Kathy or Alicia or, oh, there's Matt. Hi, Matt, can you hear us?
Hey, Bob, I can hear you. How am I?
Great. Okay, so we have Matt present. We're just missing Kathy and Alicia, but I think we should go ahead since we have a busy schedule. So Sharon, the library is up. Welcome to the meeting. And we sent you some questions. I hope you got them, and maybe you can just go through the questions that we prepared, and then I'll open it up to other questions that people have.
Yeah, that's perfect. Can I, Athena, share my screen?
Sure. You know.
Hey, Bob,
Yes.
I probably should say right at the beginning of the meeting that everybody should be aware that my wife is an employee of the library working part-time at branch libraries, and I have consulted with the Ethics Commission and have determined that there is no problem with my participation in this process, since the decisions that we make don't affect her compensation.
Okay, thank you. I see Kathy has joined us. Kathy, can you hear us? And
Yeah, I can. Yes,
okay,
I can.
great.
And yes, I can. And I seem to have turned my video off. I am physically here. I apologize for being late.
Your video's here. It's up. So
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I have inserted your questions through a couple of slides, and so I'll just run through them quickly and answer any more questions that you have. Your first question was about the change in part-timers. And basically for this position, we were waiting to see how the staffing at the branches would work out. This is the first full year that we've now got 2 full-time staff members overseeing both branches. So
Sharon, can I ask you to pause very quickly so we can confirm that Alicia can hear us and be heard?
yes, Alicia.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, but thank you.
Sorry
Okay.
about that, Sharon. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. Yeah, so when one of the part-timers from the branches left, we just decided to not refill that position. And part-timer positions or reductions in, they really don't do anything to make or break the budget. So we're not looking at any future. They are never intentional cuts. It's just when people leave, we stop and look and decide whether or not we need to fill that position at that time.
Okay.
And then regarding the North Amherst Library, so yeah, as part of the expansion, Paul and I, we agreed that any new expenses as a result of the expansion, the town would take care of. So now we have a memorandum of understanding with the town. So we pay rent, just like we do for the Munson. So we provide services and the town takes care of building expenses. Revenue questions. Your first question was about the DHS grant. So this grant, Lynn Weintraub received. It went over the course of 3 fiscal years. The original amount was for $120,000, a little over, so it will finish out through this calendar year. There's about $15,000 left in that, and the grant funds an ESL program for seniors. It's a really great class. It's a great group of older folks who are from all over the world, and they're just learning how to speak English, and they're having such a good time. It's anyways, so that's what that's been, what that money has been for. And it won't renew. It was only meant to be a 1 3-year project. And your second question was any other grants? That is the only grant that we're budgeting for FY25. Your question about the endowment, fabulous. But really, all I can say is past performance is no guarantee for future performance, whether good or bad. So, yes, we need about $300,000 every year from the endowment. And at one point, when we were sticking to the 4% draw, that was only equaling like, let's say $270,000. So those years were hard, but thankfully it's been going up. The amount in the endowment has been going up, so 4% has been equaling more money. And so, yes, I agree with your figures within the question, and but the library has a very sound investment policy, and it really just works beautifully for us.
Yeah, my questions to Sharon was really focused on the sustainability. And, it is up and down, but what you do is you shrink what you draw from the endowment each year, depending on, as you said, the last 12 months or whatever. Is that correct?
It's based on, we take a trailing 12 quarter average. So regardless of how high or how low, the crazy stock world happens, it doesn't hurt us or help us. We stay right down the middle, and it's a beautiful system. I gotta say, it's as close to perfect as I can get. Okay, under expenses and state aid. So it is very rare when the library doesn't need state aid to pay salaries, because the town appropriation just has never covered all of our salaries. I've only been here 12 years. I think I've seen it twice where we didn't need additional money above the town appropriation. That one was the FY23 year, and that was because the SEIU contract negotiations were going on over a couple of different fiscal years. And then the other was just due to, we had several retirements of employees who had been working here for several decades. So it ended up saving us a lot of money. So your question, are we relying on state aid? Absolutely. And we know not to ever expect a 4% increase to the town appropriation. That, this FY25 was just a really happy once in a lifetime opportunity. And we're very happy about it, but we do understand that, we're lucky if we get a 3% or a 2.5%, and then the norm is more like 2%, maybe even 1.5%. So because we have so many other buckets of money, it generally works out. The tough years were when the trustees were bringing the endowment draw rate down to that 4%, because it had been higher during previous trustee administrations. But now we're on this 4% course. But as we were dipping, we had to pull out of reserves, and now we're on the upward trend again, and we've got some reserves. So it's working out well. Thankfully, the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, the Massachusetts Library Association, they do a superior job of informing and advocating for state aid to public library increases across the state. The legislators do understand the importance of this fund to public libraries, again, across the state. Mindy and Joe are exceptional advocates and partners in this. And But of course, always cuts can occur, and like I said, that's why it's important for the library to have so many different buckets and reserves.
Okay.
I think those are all your questions.
Well,
Happy to take more.
we did have a few questions, other questions. We, it was more in terms of the uh, the climate goals and sustainability and opportunities to share equipment. And, you know, there were some questions that were related to the town manager goals that we wanted you to see if you had any additional things to talk about related to those.
Related to sustainability, so that's the building project. And so we're working on plans to
Right.
see that through. Other than that, no, that is our primary focus right now.
Okay.
The elimination of fossil fuels.
Okay. Do you have any, are there any grant opportunities other than, you know, for building, for any grant opportunities for, for, you know, sustainability investments that aren't related to the renovation or the rebuilding of the library?
I don't know. That's where 150% of our efforts are. So.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the committee for other questions. I can't see everyone, so Sharon, if you could stop sharing.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And then
Actually,
I'm sorry, Kathy?
yeah, it might be that she needs to keep sharing, but on the expense table that you showed us, Sharon, and I apologize, I didn't get my questions into Bob and Athena in advance so that you could respond to them. The FY25 budget has a substantial decrease in 3 lines: maintenance, utilities, and programming. And I'm assuming that's the assumption that you're moving to a rental place as opposed to staying in the building. If that doesn't happen, you know, so I it's a 2-part question. It's about $120,000 of expenses that you're not expecting to incur that leads you to your bottom line, if I'm reading it correctly, compared to FY24 budget. Both, if that doesn't occur, what happens? And we look forward to a year, you know, another year, FY26, where we'll be back to the operations, maintenance, repairs, utilities budget. What happens then in terms of your thinking of the people programming? We didn't ask you for a multiple year budget, but I'm just looking forward to when the library is back online, because I'll stop there. So the one other one is the Friends. There are a few that are lower than they were in the past. Friends is one that's quite a bit low. So it looks like the fundraising from Friends has gone down. So that's just, you might want to talk about that.
So I understood your first and your third question. I didn't understand your second, but we'll get back to it. So your first question, so when the trustees approved this budget, it was assuming we would be out of the Jones Library for the full fiscal year. So we will definitely have to create an adjusted budget, but I'm not expecting it to change the bottom line. And, you know, the municipal appropriation is what it is. The endowment draw is what it is. State aid is what it is. And so we work within whatever the revenues are. So I think that was the first question. The third question was the Friends. So because of the building project, the annual, so we're running 2 campaigns at the same time, the capital campaign and the annual fund. And this is true even for me. I'm contributing less for the annual fund because I'm giving to the capital campaign, and that is pretty normal in towns for libraries that are running large capital campaigns at the same time. So that we believe that is why there's less annual fund money coming in from the Friends. But it doesn't necessarily, it just means when we were putting this budget together, I wanted to be as conservative as possible because there are so many unknowns. So this was even when we were going to be in a different space. The utilities, for example, it was based off of, UMass gave me some of their expenses over the past year, and it doesn't, it's a lot of educated guessing. And so you all know crafting these budgets a year and a half in advance is difficult. And which leads me into, I think, where you were trying to go with your second question, which is, you could ask me to go out 2 years, but it would not be a reliable budget at all. Yeah, it would. Yeah, it just
And
wouldn't.
the reason I asked about this, out 2 years is I'm just looking at the, an operation, several of the budgets you're assuming will go down a lot in the year. And my understanding, and I might be wrong, is you had some money in the larger project for paying rent to moving to another place. So you've got a drop in utility, you've got a drop in maintenance because you're not in the current building. So if I take it out a year, those costs come back online and interact with Bob's original question of there's only going to be so much of an increase in the town allocation. So are you going to be, does the way you're funding it all work if you go out a year? And what you're saying is that's too far in advance for you to think about it. And
It's
I'm
not
just,
that I'm not thinking about it. It's always it's always there, but I believe it would be not a good use of people's time to put numbers down that I really believe would not be something
Yeah,
that you could rely on.
and it was just that it's $120,000 less in FY 25 than FY 24 from those three items. So it's not a small amount of money if you say, okay, that's going to come back in. So it's just worth thinking about it. And I know you're in this limbo land right now on, are you moving out of the building? So I think that's it. And then the Friends, if you're hoping it comes back up, I mean, I actually a couple of years ago asked if you thought you would sustain Friends while you're doing the building project, and you said it wasn't going to be a problem because I thought it, but I think it is a problem the same way you're saying, that you don't give to the annual fund. If you're giving to the building fund, you don't necessarily keep the stream up. So are you thinking that that's going to come back up to where it was in the past? And you're probably going to say, you don't know, but
Oh,
it's,
yeah, people, I can use myself as an example. Yeah, when the capital campaign is paid off, then I will go back to giving my money for the annual fund. The town values library services, and honestly, most townspeople, most community members, they're not paying attention to the building project and the nooks and crannies that you all are paying attention to. They support the library, and to them, it's programming and staffing. That's why they're coming, and so they'll continue to give.
but you've got programming down substantially, about a third lower than where you have been. And is that again because you're thinking you're going to be doing online programming as opposed to in a building?
No. So as I said before, I was going super conservative. If we end up raising more money and staff have the time, then awesome. We'll add more programming. But I didn't want to make those kinds of promises. And then, a year later, when we do the actuals, for everybody to say, well, what happened, Sharon? Honestly, being in an interim space is extremely complicated, nerve-wracking for staff. Staff are spending a lot of time thinking about all the different all the different things that it takes to move 100 years of services to a different space that's much, much smaller. And programming kind of has to take a backseat for a little while. So that's why we reduced the programming figures. But again, if money should flow and staff are like, oh, here's a once in a lifetime opportunity, then we'll go for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Sharon. Oh, no,
Thank
Mandy
you.
or Councilor Haneke.
Yeah, this question I'm going to be asking to a number of different departments and the manager and all. And so it doesn't specifically apply to just the Jones Library. But when I look across departments, particularly Recreation, Senior Services, DEI, and Jones, we seem to have a number of departments that are planning events and activities for town residents, potentially for the same town residents, but different activities in different departments. And, you know, Recreation does the 4th of July thing, and they also do a lot of youth, but they also do a lot of adult type programming. DEI is doing a lot of cultural events. The library does some of the cultural events and does some other programming for youth and this and that. Is there ways to make all of that more efficient, combine resources to either expand services for a similar cost, you know, because you're not doing the same thing duplicatively, sort of? And have you ever talked to those departments about the possibility of working together, particularly if the library is moving, to continue sort of similar programming, but through a different department because they've already got that ability and are working on very similar things already? How does all of that programming amongst town departments work from your perspective? And is there ways to create efficiencies to save money or create efficiencies to expand services?
So what I've seen in the 12 years that I've been here is a greater departmental collaborations. It's awesome. And it's been one of the benefits, I believe, of us moving out and not having programming space is it is forcing staff to strengthen these collaborations even more. So for example, we were going to work with rec in the schools, and our summer reading program was going to happen at the school department as part of camps, the Rec's summer camp. Rec has been fabulous. Ever since the DEI and CRES departments were created, we've been like this. And so I don't think we're duplicating. I think we are beautifully, you know, for example, Rec does 4th of July. We can't do 4th of July. We can do a story time on the Common during 4th of July. And so it's like we all just know what historically programs have happened, and we link up and see how we can add to it. And as new programs are created, then we have found that people just reach out to the library and it's really awesome. We genuinely have the best colleagues in the world. So again, I'm not seeing extra money being spent. Like I don't see us doing a story time and Rec doing a story time and DEI doing a story time. We're all handing in together what we're good at, I guess.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Well, for the second time, Sharon, thank you for being with us and for answering our questions. And we'll move on to the next part of our agenda. So next, I believe we have DEI, if I'm correct. Is that correct? Pamela?
Yes, DEI is next.
Pamela?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, did you want to say anything to start with?
I did not prepare any statement that there was not a huge ask from DEI, where my focus over the last 6 months have really been on working with the CRES department and trying to help with their planning. So I can give you a brief overview about what our hopes are for next year, if that would be helpful.
I think so.
Sure. So my first hope is to hire someone in as the assistant director, since I'm now a department of one,
Right.
with 3 events between today and the end of June to complete. And I've had some conversation with the town manager and hope to have that position posted early next week. The main sort of programming initiatives for the department have centered around workshops for both the public and town residents, as well as for staff. So the department hosts a monthly DEI workshop for staff, that's staff only. That's done intentionally so that staff members will have an opportunity to learn about the various DEI topics in a setting that feels more comfortable. In addition to that, we have started and are now, I guess, we'll be on our 3rd event coming up later in the summer, Becoming Beloved Community. It's a series of topics that are open to the general public. We started that program with the National Day of Racial Healing in January that follows the Martin Luther King holiday. We most recently had a workshop on microaggressions and implicit bias. The next one that's coming up in July will be on allyship. And so that series has a more public face. In addition to that, the department has as a goal providing workshops and trainings for each department that are department specific. I have to be honest and tell you that that did not happen very much this year, simply because my time was spent working as part of the interim leadership team. And so we focused on the broader workshops that were for staff and forego the more specific ones from the department. In addition to that, as you know, the department supports 4 different boards. So the Human Rights Commission, the Disability Access and Advisory Commission. Jennifer was also supporting the Munson trustees, and then the Community Safety and Social Justice Commission.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone have questions for Pamela? Councilor Haneke?
Yeah, so this was one of the general government sections that I reviewed and sent in some questions. My questions for specifically related to DEI that are more for our director versus our town manager relate to 3 of the town manager goals, as well as the question I just asked our library director about the combination of services, although that one was not sent in early, but I'd love to hear. So 2 about budgeting strategies related to using a racial and social justice lens when making decisions, and how the budgeting strategy supports the work of the town in repairing the damage to structural racism. Those are 2 of our manager goals. So that's sort of one question there. Another question is, one of the manager goals is to begin identifying and proposing revisions to policies, bylaws, regulations to dismantle structural racism. And I'm curious how this budget for DEI supports doing that, especially when in the DEI's upcoming objectives section, which is sort of, I read as your goals for the next year, identifying those policies to begin doing that is not one of those upcoming objectives. So I'd like you to speak to that manager goal and how the budget will help you start that goal. And then the other one is that cross sort of department workings when there seems to be a lot of departments that are doing scheduling, planning, hosting events and all. And do you talk to recreation and senior services about working together so that you're not sort of duplicating efforts or you're things like that? The same, that same question that was to the library director.
All right, so I'm going to take the easy one first and actually start by actually just talking about one of the recent events that we've had in the last year. I think that's the best example to answer the collaboration that's occurring between the library, rec, and other departments. So if you had an opportunity to attend our spring festival or Lunar New Year event, then you would have found that that there were representatives from the rec department there, and that rec had created gift bags for children who attended, and that there was a section during the event where the library had created a lending library with books that were appropriate and relevant to the topic. And so I agree with Sharon. I think this is one area where the various departments in town have worked collaboratively together, and that we're not duplicating efforts, but we're actually enriching the efforts of each other by sharing events. So I think you will see that again with an upcoming event that we have actually a week from Saturday. We have the AAPI, so the Asian American Pacific Islander event, and we have assistance from REC, and generally there's also a presence there from the library. So I think as town departments, we're working very well on those cultural events to really enhance them. I'm sad to say I'm hearing about the other two questions during this meeting. They did not come to me in advance, but I do have a response for you. I think the major handicap to my ability to work with the town manager to reach those larger DEI goals is a lack of staffing and time, right? If my time and energy is spent on cultural events, then that's less time and energy that I'm able to spend on some of the bigger policy questions. It's particularly in this past year, it's been very difficult because I was leading the interim leadership team for CRESS and trying to do work on this in this department as well. So that is definitely a challenge. I want to sort of end with by saying that it's not as if those activities are not happening. The best example that I can give you from the past year was that the Human Rights Commission had set as its goal the revision of its bylaw so that it does meet and reach for those larger goals, and we're in the process of doing that. And the Disability Access and Advisory Committee as well is looking to revise its charge and take on a different legal status. So there has been some movement, but certainly probably there is room and capacity for more.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions for Pamela? Okay, I think we'll move on then. Kathy?
It's a comment. I just want to thank you. Because I know you've had to step up the way you've just described to fill vacancies and work across. And I watched the amount of hugging and other kinds of kudos that came in the meeting with the new CRESS director. So I think you've won the trust and respect of multiple people, both inside the town, but across all our residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I apologize for the noise outside. Someone has just decided to blow the leaves outside. Okay, why don't we move to the next part of our presentation, facilities. I'm not sure if either.
Here he is.
Jeremiah?
Yes, hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. All right, well, I suppose I didn't really prepare much for this as far as presentation, like I typically do. But essentially, you know, the goals for the facilities department is to continue supporting the facilities and the town staff and community and all of the different programmings and activities, and ensuring that the environment of care and the buildings are kept up as well as possible. we do have quite a bit of capital work planned for this coming year, and we've been cleaning up a lot of older deferred maintenance projects. One of the questions that was asked to me was about the North Amherst Library and what the financial ask for expenses would look like. I did share that out this morning. I'm not sure if the committee was able to see that, but essentially it outlines the anticipated expenses for the year. Now, some of them are sort of a general, more a little bit of guesswork, and with the building being so fresh, we may not have that information as of yet. But I did my best to try to project those numbers. So this is what yeah, thank you, Athena. This is what it looks like. Any questions?
Bob, Mandy has a hand up.
You're muted, Bob.
Sorry,
but-
I'm muted. Sorry. Too many things going on. Councilor Haneke.
Okay, so a couple questions. I'll stick with this chart for now. So this, from what you just said, this I believe is just the North Amherst Library operating expenses for facilities. And if so, is that already built into the town's budget facilities numbers? And what is the difference between what the town was paying before to operate this building and now?
So all of the expenses for the North Amherst Library were being paid by the Jones Library. So essentially, these are new expenses for us. So the form that you're seeing here is basically the additional requests. So that this is me requesting that those funding to that would end up getting built into the facilities budget moving forward, but since it's the first year, that's an additional ask.
Can I, is it in the FY25 budget then somewhere?
Oh, I hope so. I want to ensure that. I'll have to get back to you on that, but I believe it was discussed when I met with Sandy and some of the other leadership to discuss FY25 budgets. So I would have to confirm that.
I think Sandy can answer that question.
That would
Bob.
be great if Sandy could.
Hi, everybody. We put $9,330 into the facilities budget for the North Amherst operating expenses. Those were the numbers that were asked of us back when we had our meetings this winter. Not sure what is different, the numbers that are on the sheet you have in front of you, but there was an additional $9,330.
Okay, so that increase on page 110 of that change in the facilities maintenance operating expense line is specifically for North Amherst Library. Okay.
Yes.
Because I know how much pressure you were on the major components utilities description. Maybe for next year, make a note to describe that also includes the North Amherst building now, library building. Because the utilities line talked about Munson and Bangs and North Amherst School and South Amherst campus, but didn't mention the library. Just a note for next year. Some sort of note so that we know that that building's also included in there would be very helpful.
Yeah, Mandy, that's one of the things that we've discussed and identified that some of the budget narratives, it only included some portions of all of the facilities, and like you say, is over the years, the number of buildings keeps increasing, and we want to be sure to capture that. We are in other areas, so we'll just continue to show that. We'll just transpose that more complete information onto that.
Kathy?
Yeah, I want to build on this set of questions for the scope of the buildings. So for Munson, do we do the same thing for Munson? Do we pay all the electric, all the waste, all the sewer, and the Jones pays none? So that's been the past practice.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So then my second question, and I don't expect you to give me an answer, but I can get an answer later, is when the community uses community space in either Munson or the North, and in the case of the North Amherst Library, there hasn't been any community space until now. I think you charge some fees. Do the fees get booked in a way that you can see how much of the cost of operating the building is offset by fees, is a question for wherever those fees go. And they may be, Jeremiah, when we were asking about renting per hour, he said it's pretty nominal, like $15, $20 an hour.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that works with Munson, and none of us know how it's going to work with North Amherst. So is there kind of some of this cost is offset with fees?
There should certainly be an offset. I don't know what those figures are, but you are right. It's for a nonprofit organization. The fee schedule is $15 per hour, and I believe it's a little bit higher if it is not a nonprofit. We are in the process of updating the booking systems and essentially the process of reserving and paying those fees. So I think next year we would be able to get that information much easier, because we are going to start using our OpenGov software. So this year I think would be a little bit more of a challenge, but I could certainly find out that information for you.
Yeah, and it's not critical. I was just thinking that internally there are some fees. I see Paul's hand is up on this one. So
yeah, so we do all those fees come in and they're recorded accordingly to wherever they go. They just go into the general fund, so it's part of our revenue streams. We don't do zero-based budgeting by building on this or anything like that. So, but and with the thing that Rob and Jeremiah and our IT department put together for using OpenGov, which has been really successful for inspection services, we're rolling that out for Munson and for North Amherst Library. And if that works well, we're still working through a bunch of things and who decisions and stuff. There's some in right now, in fact. Then we hope to expand that to the bangs and we do charge a nominal fee. It's important to charge a nominal fee or some fee, because otherwise people sign up and they don't need to show up. So, and we're looking at using this for the town common as well. So there's a lot of opportunities. If we can get it online, then it becomes more transparent to the public. People can see when it's available. They can sign up. There are policies that have to go along with it because we prioritize town events. But in terms of the revenues, that generally will go just to the general fund, as all of our revenues do.
okay. So can I just stay on, and I see Mandy's hand is up. So the two other buildings, when you went, Mandy added North Amherst Library to the list of facilities, but we've got the old North Amherst School up here, and then we have the in South Amherst that are listed as their storage facilities. To the extent we have utility and maintenance costs for those, my question is a broader one, Paul, than Jeremiah can answer. It's at what point is maintaining them for storage, does it make sense? And when do they move from being a storage facility to being a surplus property that, or a potentially surplus that we might want to use for other, reuse in other ways? The north, so I'll say in the old one, it's up, I see it on a daily basis because I drive that way, but the North Amherst School used to have a family center program as well as, and I think it still has the some of the I'm just blanking on the name, but and it I think it had a Head Start program that it's not going to have anymore. So some of the space was being rented. So going forward, is that empty space that we're looking at, non-rented space?
Yeah, so on that one, so we are in negotiation or discussions with Head Start. They don't need they can't staff their Head Start services. They still have an office there. I think it's for fuel assistance or something like that. So it is still, we're still getting revenue from that. They've asked to reduce their rent is basically what they've asked because they're not using the space. That's important space for us to maintain. I'm sure we don't turn off the heat and water and things in that because of building, but as we look at potential areas where if we need swing space, that's an important location for us. The South Amherst School, I think the utilities are turned off. Jeremiah can answer that. And then one just mentioned that on page 110, we do mention under significant change that the operating expenses increased due to North Amherst Library addition. So that is mentioned in the actual budget document.
Thank you.
Can you just answer the South Amherst School, Jeremiah? Do we have utilities on there?
We do. It is very minimal. So the electric remains on, and that just helps with some protections of the space. Because even though that the building isn't occupied, we're still obligated to maintain all the life safety equipment, such as fire alarm system, sprinklers if there were, extinguishers. So I do need to have the electricity on to maintain those life safety systems. But the rest of the systems, such as water, have all been weatherized or winterized, so we're not using anything there.
Thank you.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Councilor Haneke?
Thank you. And I apologize. I missed that small line and the significant changes. So next year it should just bump up, I guess, into the major components. So sorry about that. A couple other questions about facilities. There's an addition of a 0.8 FTE in the facilities personnel line for FY25. So I'm curious what that addition is. I think it might be the special projects manager, but I just want to confirm, particularly since Sandy said there were no FTE additions other than in inspection services in this budget. So when I see one, I want to see sort of what they are and how they're being paid for and all, and sort of the long-term trend of that FTE addition. Solar installation on the landfill. I don't know how things work, but where are the decreases in utilities within the departments? Is that within this facilities budget that we haven't really, this operating expense line is actually higher? So where is the savings from the landfill solar or any of the other sort of sustainability utility initiatives we've done? Where does that show up in the budget is a question. And how, if there are actual savings, how are they redistributed to any particular department in terms of budgeting expenses and all? And similar with that, gas and oil usage is down within this facilities budget. When you look at the page 111, electric is increasing. Is that a result of our sustainability initiatives and switching things out? Like I believe Munson was just switched out from an oil-based system, HVAC system, to an electric-based system. Is that why we're seeing that change within those kilowatt hours and actual usage of utilities? Those are my questions.
So I can answer some, but why don't you start, Jeremiah, because you can answer the more detailed ones.
Sure. So I guess working backwards through the questions, the change, the increase in electric and the decrease in the fossil fuel usage is a result of electrifying some of the buildings and just removing some of those systems. North Amherst School, all the ground level that was completely, all the fossil fuels equipment was removed, and it's now all high efficiency heat pumps. I also changed out a number of hot water heaters and did a hybrid heat pump hot water heaters as well. I'm not sure where you're going to jump in, Paul, but as far as the landfill, I can't necessarily speak on to how that's how that money is coming
I can
out.
address that. I can address
Yeah.
that. So on the landfill, when we started to get the credits, Sean Magano basically went through all the utility bills of the different departments and started to apply the credits based on, based on the use of the electricity by department. And we just had to make a call. Eversource was saying, where do you want us to apply these credits? And he just went through and made a decision on where those go. I think one of the reasons for that one was that if you look at our budget, operating expenses are not increasing very much at all, if at all, and hardly anything. And that's one of the complaints you may hear from our department heads is that our expenses are going up and you're asking us to do more. So if there are any cost savings based on utility savings, electricity savings, or anything like that, we want them to experience the benefit of that in terms of their operating budgets, because everything they're buying is costing more, but we're not giving them more money to pay for salt or fuel or whatever it is that they're getting. And then in terms of the other question about, yes, so Bob Perrin is a current staff person who's being paid out of ARPA. We're allowed, excuse me, allowed to pay him through December 31st. He has been such an important part of our team, and he's willing to continue to serve. So we felt it was a priority to include that. He works part-time, so it's not a full-time position. So including him into our budget, we wanted to make that start to begin that transition for that position. So it's a 6 months of a part-time position is what that reflects.
Thank you. And so I just, for my own brain, all of those utility expenses that are savings aren't necessarily showing up in the facilities maintenance operating expense line per se. They're more sort of hidden in the budget because I had noticed like DEI and town clerks and all of these, their operating expense lines are almost always this year a lot more even, like level spending. And that's sort of how you're incorporating the solar savings into the budget, is sort of a level spending on operating expense lines in various departments.
Well, we had to apply it to departments that had electricity in their budgets. So DEI doesn't have electricity in their budget. But DPW does. Police facility, and Jeremiah's got a lot of different facilities that have it. So he has to manage. Most of them accrue to facilities.
Thanks.
Bernie?
As we look at these budgets and we think about inflation, we have to keep, I think, two things in mind. One, the fact that the rate of inflation is dropping doesn't mean that things are getting cheaper. It just means that expenses aren't going up as fast. That's one. And two, we look at the consumer price index, and then you probably can add a point or two onto that for cities and towns, because a lot of the stuff we buy is not the same stuff that households buy, and a lot of the stuff we buy is more expensive. So if we're looking at budgets that are keeping operating costs at increases at a minimum, we're fighting those inflation factors as well. So I just want to just raise that as a point. Thank you.
Kathy?
The discussion on the solar and how you've allocated, Paul, I think it may be already in the budget book and I just didn't see it, but I think it's a very good news story. And like we saved this much money in electric costs because we got X amount from solar. from on the landfill, and I don't remember seeing that. So it would be just useful to have it as, and I'm not saying add something to the budget book, but maybe in a presentation to the town or something, because it, to the extent, we're gonna see it embedded in the new school because we're expecting it to offset all the electric. So you'll see for electric costs, you'll see a near zero line in it, but that's not because the all electric school uses no. So it's just a way of quantifying for people that we've invested in something that we're getting a long-term payoff. Is I think
I think I can ask accounting to dig into that.
yeah,
That's
it's
where it
just
would live.
it's just a really good
But
point.
you're right; it's a good thing to have. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for Jeremiah? All right, I think we'll move on then. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Thank you.
Next is town manager budget, correct?
Yes.
Paul, did you want to have a presentation, a brief presentation, or would you just prefer to jump into the questions?
I want to just recognize Angela Mills here, who's front and center for this as well. Ours is pretty basic. I don't think I'm open to questions you may have.
Bob, just a quick note. We specifically didn't ask departments to do presentations. So I think the question is sometimes alarming to our department heads who are attending going, oh no, I was told I don't need to do that. So just so we don't give anybody else a heart attack.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that's the case, and I should have stated that earlier. But thank you. Councilor Haneke, do you have questions?
So yeah, again, I was the one that reviewed all of the general government section of this budget, which includes more than just the manager's subsection and also. So I apologize, Paul, that some of these questions are to other departments, but I think they're not specific enough that they're sort of higher level that you or Angela will probably be able to handle them. The first set is I noticed in reviewing the general government section that throughout the various departments, the personnel services had a large mean increase of about 9%, anywhere from a personnel services around 4 to 17 or 18, depending on various different things going on in the departments. My concern is not necessarily, oh, that department was 20%. Oh dear. My concern is overall, it's well above 4%. And is this something that is manageable year over year when we're expecting not just next year, but FY 26 and 27 to have maybe a 2.5% overall increase? So could you just address that?
Yeah, no, you put your fingers on something that's we're hyper conscious of, and it's going to be a challenge because, as we all know, labor costs are increasing. Our collective bargaining agreements, just like the schools, are above 2.5%. We're managing that and trying to do two things. One is make sure our employees are being paid at an equitable rate and recognizing inflation, but also insinuating into our contracts some long-term savings. So in terms of step increases and things like that. So we're trying to make that smaller step increases, I'll say. And so that's been a challenge for us that we've been really working through union contract by union contract. As you may know, last year, it was a goal of the council, as was mine, to do a compensation classification study, which we did do. We had an outside firm come in. It took a pretty long time to get done. It actually spanned a couple fiscal years, but that we're trying to build this budget to incorporate the recommendations from that into this budget, so we could stay within our allocation of 4% going forward and accommodate those budget adjustments that were required based on the compensation classification study. So I think we were successful in doing that. And I think that our employees were generally, I won't say pleased, no one's ever pleased. I say we had a process where if people were unhappy with the decision made about their role, that they could appeal to the personnel board And I'd have to talk to Melissa to see if that was a process outside my purview. So I'm not sure if anybody went and took advantage of that request, appeal process.
Counselor Haneke, did you have a response to this or?
No, just other questions. I don't know
Okay.
whether you want me to group them or Andy can go next. Is fine
Okay,
too.
yeah, I was just gonna call on Andy because he has his hand up. Andy?
My question had to do with the communications manager, which you list as one of the major components of your office's personnel expenses, and that's a position. The person who had been in it full time had left, and has that been? Is there anybody working in that in the current time? And when do you expect that to be filled? How does that affect the budget?
Well, you don't see all the hats that Angela has, but this is something that she has taken on. But we had a really good team interviewing, and Angela, you can update on where we are with the interview, where we are on that process for replacing Brianna.
So over the past month and a half, we've had a huge applicant pool. We were really lucky to have lots of qualified people apply. We are hoping to have finalists sit with Paul in the next 5 to 10 days. So we've narrowed it down to 2 finalists. And the search committee was excellent. It was Serge Fedorowski from IT, Lindsay Carroll from APD, and our health director, Kiko Mallon, who helped out with all of the interviews.
So you would expect that the position is going to be filled for the fiscal year, and that therefore it's covered in the budget.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilman Haneke?
A couple more questions from the questions I sent over. HR has an ad of a 0.56 FTE. Can you talk about what that's for?
Let's see. Sandy, I think I don't really remember what that was off the top of my head. Do you remember what that was, Sandy?
Is it to make up for the HR piece that Jen?
So we're taking the HR piece out of the DEI director. So when Jen Moisten used to be half-time with with town manager and half-time with HR. When she moved over to DEI, she took out the town manager part, but kept a portion of the HR piece. And that was just because she had experience and was really good at that work. Where we're recruiting for the new assistant director for diverse DEI, we're not putting in the HR piece. There's going to be a recruitment piece part of it, but it's not going to be directly related to HR, where she was actually doing tasks for the HR.
So if that's the case, then are you essentially, by pulling her halftime out of the DEI side, adding a halftime position somewhere in this budget, i.e. in HR, or because DEI didn't show an increase in FTEs?
It's just a job description change, right? I think I don't have a ready answer for you on that one, Mandy Jo. We'll have to look it up.
I'll mark it for later.
Unless Andy knows.
My another question I have
Sandy's
is,
trying to speak. He can't
Oh,
find the
sorry.
unmute button. I think
I'll wait
he's
for Sandy then.
searching
Got too
for
many
mute.
screens going on
Yeah, I
here.
know.
And what I'm going to say is I don't know the answer. Holly did these charts,
The personnel cuts, yeah.
and she's not here today or next week. So when she gets back, we can have somebody follow up on that. It was not I'm looking at my sheet of department head requests. So it's not here as a dollar request. So it must have been something else, but I just don't know what it was.
Following up is fine. I'll mark it on my follow-up list.
Mm-hmm.
One of our financial guidelines is that the budget supports expense reductions, strategies, and initiatives, and there's a whole bunch listed. But my question is, I have two questions under this. Do the service fees in the clerk's and assessor's office charge the service fees that are charged, do they tend to cover the cost of the service being provided? When was the last time sort of we looked at, particularly within the general government section of fees, the fees being charged there? And the other one is, are there other opportunities for regionalization, organizational change, et cetera, within the general government budget sections to support expense reductions?
So as part of our budget process, every department head has to come in and review their fees. And so it's done annually. We did do a bunch of fee adjustments for the town clerk not too long ago. So I think that, but we don't really do an accounting of how much does it cost to issue a marriage certificate versus a staff. That level of detail we just don't get into. We could do it obviously, but our goal is just to make sure that we're at market conditions in terms of charging what we charge for services that we offer. Regionalization. I think Bernie addressed this before. We always look at it. We're looking at different things, but it always presents a lot of challenges. We do, especially with water and sewer, we've done a lot of regionalization in terms of we've offered services to other communities who are in need for certain licensed positions, and they compensate us for that. We talked with Hadley about some of the equipment, but that they were seeking, and it's always, if it's a street sweeper or whatever, everybody wants it at the exact same time in the spring, and the challenges of managing that just becomes overly complex, especially when you're dealing, we see it already when you're dealing with a very small town versus a larger town that has needs. But I did, when I talked with the town administrator in Hadley, we talked about senior services and is there a duplication of efforts? Because people can go to either senior center, and we can work better on that, and encouraging our senior center directors to work closer together. There are a few other things that we had discussed, and there obviously on a lot of water and sewer things. We're at that level. We're a very good conversation going on with a lot of our neighbors. We provide a lot of services to many of our neighbors, like Belchertown and Pelham and Leverett for the services that we already offer, which is water and sewer. But in terms of like day-to-day operation, and we also, I'm not sure if we do it now. We were providing assessor services to town of Pelham. Pelham has it's a very small budget, and we have staff who may have excess capacity, and they pay us a little bit of money, and we provide the services for them.
Thanks.
Sandy?
You're unmuted already, Sandy.
You're unmuted.
If you look at the personnel tables in the budget, there's an explanation of the change in the HR. And that is that this was a position that was listed as part-time, and part-time staff are not listed in the personnel table. We list full-time people. And what happened is it came to be realized that part-time person was actually working enough hours to be benefit eligible. So then that person who had been part-time became enough of an FTE to merit being listed in the personnel table. So it was somebody who was already there. It was just she hadn't been, I think it's a she, hadn't been getting benefits, and then we realized that she was working enough so she was benefit eligible, and that's why she's listed.
Thank you.
Thanks. Kathy?
Paul, you made a quick statement that seniors can go to either senior center, that we could go to the Hadley Center. I was not aware of that. I think it's excellent. So to the extent that could be aware, they had and I'm just going to cite one example of where this is very good news, because they had an arrangement with a company that came and did free shredding, and you could just come and get up to 5 boxes of stuff. And we actually brought our stuff over there, and I was waiting for someone to ask me to show that it was at the senior center, evidence, and nobody asked me of who it was, I had masked them. But I think that sounds like that if one or the other arranges it, extra services. So I just wonder what that arrangement is. I thought it was,
Yeah.
I think it's great if we
Yeah.
can.
And Bernie's going to weigh in on this, I'm sure. It's not an arrangement. It's everywhere. So even at this morning at the Cup of Joe, we had someone who was from the town of Hadley who says, "I like your senior center better, so I'm over here." And I decided to get the coffee you're offering, and had some suggestions for us about about vaccinations and all kinds of things. But she said, "I'm a Hadley resident because I need it all one floor." But yeah, I know other people use it. Bernie, I assume you're going to weigh in on this
Yeah,
as well.
any for senior centers and for libraries. Yeah, the state aid to the senior centers, the state aid to libraries ensure that anybody can come in and use them. So there's interchangeability there. I did have a question, and it's unfair because I didn't submit this in advance. But I'm curious about, my concern is always that we do a lot, and I'm always concerned about the level of staffing. And my concern and my question would be, and if you can't answer it, please get back to us, is how many vacancies are we carrying right now?
Yeah, I don't know that answer. I think we're pretty caught up on a lot of them with fire and police, especially. DPW, I think they're pretty solid, actually.
Well, actually, within general government.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we do a pretty good job of,
Yeah.
and it's tough recruiting firefighters. It's tough recruiting police officers. It'll be difficult filling any vacancies in those services. But I'm concerned about general government. I'm concerned about town hall.
Yeah.
And how much stress there is and pressure on folks.
Sure. So assistant DEI is a new one, but we're already talking some candidates who are interested in that. Michelle Matusko retired from police, but then we have an internal candidate who's going to be moving over there, which creates an internal vacancy in planning department, which planning lost their planner to become planning director in East Longmeadow, I think it was. So there's lots of recruitment going on. Planning's been a hard one for us, getting qualified planners to apply. First floor their customer service desk tends to go through, we've gone through a number of people there, but town hall, generally IT, all of our major departments are pretty stable. People, once they're here, they like working for the town. Angela, do you have any insight into that? You're way more involved in that stuff.
I've been impressed with the speed of our HR director to post things and to get the ball rolling on search committees. So I feel like what you're alluding to, Bernie, is something that we talk about internally and we try not to talk about externally.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not, this is something that's always concerned me both professionally and as a member of the finance committee. We compete with private sector, and that's always been a challenge, especially in certain skilled departments like the planning department. The other thing that's been happening is, and this was a subject of an ICMA white paper, the cost of college is pricing a lot of people who might have otherwise come and worked for a little less money, but a little more job security in municipal and state positions. They're being priced out because they've got those tuition payments to carry. So, I'm not going to flog this anymore than I have. But what happens inside town hall are critical functions to our success as an organization. And that's my concern. I don't look at the folks who work in town hall as simple functionaries. They're key people performing key roles that underpin the operation of the whole community. So if we're having trouble recruiting, again, thanks to the personnel study, you may find that more pressure, you may find yourself having to adjust salaries. That's my ongoing concern. And at some point I won't be on the finance committee, and you guys won't be hearing from me on this, but while I'm here, I'm going to do it.
Well, but the one that was most significant, and this is not just in our community, but in a lot of different colleagues you may have heard about as well, Bernie, is that the state has pretty much gone to 100% remote. And I talked to actually somebody at the state on Monday about this, and that's really opened up jobs to people who otherwise would not be engaging in going to Boston or something like that because they can work 100% remotely. And I think that I know for a communications director, that was an opportunity that she couldn't pass up because they pay better than we do. If it required attendance at a different location, she probably would have stayed with the town. But you bless people for taking on, they do what's best for their families. So I think that, and I think other communities like these outer lying communities where people now are taking jobs for the state, and this happened with Mass Dot with some of our planners who went over to Mass Dot, and so I think that's one of the bigger challenges for us.
Kathy?
The one big one you didn't mention, Paul, when you went through vacancies is finance director, and it's probably because Sandy is sitting here and we think we've got one. But, well, and we know we have one, but so
I can update you on that.
Yeah.
So
Thanks.
yeah, Sandy's been explicitly clear. I mean, so grateful. I mean, we talked about it last week, just how he stabilized everything by being here. So, but he's been pretty clear about, I'm leaving. Thank you. Enjoy my time most of the time. So we've been recruiting for finance. We've done a lot of challenge. We've gone through a couple interviews. We have another interview or two scheduled for Monday, I think it is, Angela. And so hopefully this will be a strong candidate and we can move forward with that, and that'll come to the council.
And I'm wondering, I mean, I don't need an answer now, but this notion that the state went remote, to the extent, I know you were allowing some flexibility with some jobs to be remote from home some days, certainly when we came out of Zoom. I don't know whether that makes a tough job like finding, I don't know which jobs that appeals to people if they want to live in our area. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, when we came out of COVID, we are an in-person operation. We are the biggest building in the center of town. Our people have to be here. The residents expect us to be here, and we expect to be supporting restaurants and things like that. That being said, the labor market has changed. People are expecting to have remote work, and we are able to retain key employees, some on this call, because we're able to accommodate remote work. We're trying to build that into our actual recruitment process and opening up that conversation with anybody we hire in terms of what are the expectations, what are the needs. It's really on a department by department basis the way we manage it. It's up to the department heads to determine who can work remotely. Clearly, DPW and police and fire don't really have the option, but other departments do. But I find there's real value in being in person. So.
Yeah, as someone who's personally worked both remotely and in person in the early part of my career, remotely in the later part of my career, it was very important early on that I got to know people, they got to know me. And then once I went remote, I could pick up the phone. Everyone knew who they were talking to, and we had a relationship. So it is important that, when people first start in an organization, they're not remote. And then after some period of time, it gets easier to become remote. So it's just been my personal experience. Any other questions? Okay, let's move on to overall budget questions. Mandy Jo, did you, or Councilor Haneke, did you run the questions for this?
I have a couple of questions. They're more of a much more general sense or on some of the projections you had. I'll start with the projections and the multi-year projection. You gave a multi-year thank you for that. That was part of our budget guidelines. And I know multi-year projections need to be conservative both on expenses and revenue side. And I think Sandy addressed this a little bit in the presentation on Monday about, how even with a projected 2.5 increase of all 4 major sectors of municipal government, schools, library, town, the revenues, there's still at least a $500,000 deficit projection in all of your future year projections. Some are much higher than that. so two questions related to that. Are you concerned that the deficit in those future years won't work itself out when better projections are available? Like, the schools are looking at a significant structural deficit with that 2.5% increase, but is ours sort of just as structural, or is this a result of very conservative state aid budgeting and revenue increase budgeting, and then on the other side higher expense budgeting because we don't know where they are with insurance and stuff? And is the second question to that is that 2.5% increase in each functional operating budget sustainable given our contractual obligations, which again you also somewhat touched on? And then an interesting thing within those projections, the pilot line appeared to have a blip in the FY25. It went up and then it came back down for 26 and 27. Could you explain why the projection in 26 and 27 for pilots is lower than the FY25 budget number?
I will start answering your first question. I'll have to look at pilot to figure out what that was. The deficits in the future, I think, are not unusual. So seeing them there doesn't worry me too much. And the size that they are with a 2.5% increase doesn't worry me too much. But I do think we need to think about what could make them disappear. I don't think there's going to be huge increases in state aid, so I would not look to that as a source. Amherst doesn't rely on one term like free cash to support its budget, so that's not a source. So that really leaves property taxes and local receipts. I do think within property taxes, as I mentioned the other night, we've estimated a $650,000 increase for new growth. In FY24, we did the same thing, and when new growth actually came in, it was over $1 million. So that $350,000 would get the deficit in FY26 down to $100,000, and I mean that's and that would carry out into the future years. So I think keeping an eye on new growth is likely to be what brings the budget into balance over that period. However, there are also things that are not shown in the forecast that could hurt. So if our retirement assessment goes back up to 6, it's built in as 6% in this budget, but if there's some compensation for the fact that it was so low in FY25, that will be a bump. And then there are all the possibilities of spending more than 2.5%, even going to 3%. I've prepared a bunch of scenarios like that at some point, I think a presentation to the Finance Committee and or BCG would be appropriate and necessary. And I've talked to the leaders of the council and the Finance Committee about doing that. And it's really just a matter of when it's convenient for people to schedule that. But I think that's a very important conversation that the town needs to have about what the consequence of spending and revenue choices are in the next few years. So it's a big conversation, so I don't want to go into it more today because it really does deserve its own meeting. And then on the pilot, let me see if I can quickly come up with what that was. Paul, while I'm doing that, I would say if you have other things you want to say, this might be a good time for you to talk while I'm looking at the pilot, because I know you have many important things to say on this issue.
No, I think that larger conversation, what it looks like if we're at a 2.5% or 3%, and what it looks like at 4% or so, it's gigantic difference. That's why it's so important for the council and the finance committee and the school committee, in fact, and others to recognize what a percent means when you change something over time. mushrooms quickly.
So the pilot, Joe, was an additional solar pilot of $35,000 that we put in the FY25 budget. I will say that there were then some questions about what we should project that pilot out to be in the future, so it wasn't rolled into the future. So that's why there's a difference.
Okay, so that's something that in future years might clarify itself, and it might not go back down. It might be there. It's just that uncertainty. Okay, thank you for that explanation as to why there's this 35 bump just for FY24.
Okay, are there any other questions? Mandy Jo?
Yeah, sorry, I've got a couple more. I don't know if they're appropriate here or not. I guess this one's more of the next quote section of revenue, so I'll wait till you get to the revenue line on our agenda. But capital stabilization for the elementary school, when we were looking at the whole budget, capital stabilization is lower this year because when we authorized the elementary school borrowing, you rightfully pulled it out into whatever the elementary school is. I guess the question is, I know, and maybe it's not appropriate for this conversation, but who knows? The intention was that 5 million would get reimbursed to capital stabilization, and we got additional state money. The site work came in under budget, and so what's the current plan for getting that 5 million back into the capital stabilization? Is it are we going to use the full borrowing capability so that capital stabilization doesn't necessarily like where are we standing with getting that 5 million reimbursed to capital stabilization and the plan for doing so?
Kathy, I think you probably can answer this.
If you want me to, Paul, I can jump in.
Go ahead.
When I originally proposed taking 5, it was with the knowledge that the Inflation Reduction Act has a big direct credit to municipal for both the geothermal, the whole system, and the solar. So those you get the year after you have to put the building in operation to get the credit. So basically for the building, you have to turn the lights on. For the solar, you have to turn the switch for solar. And then you put it in. So if you think of for the building, potentially we would be applying for them in FY27 because the building will be opening in September 26. So you could show by June 26. And so it's the following year. And then solar is like which fiscal year you can apply once it's operational. And those will be in the neighborhood, if we can get the full 30%, those are in the neighborhood of nearly $5 million. And I'll just say an if on them because there's some questions with new federal guidelines and explanations. I won't get too technical here. There's a threshold for both of them of megawatt hours. And you have to be, if you're under that, you don't have to have apprenticeship programs in the group that's installing for you. If you're over it, you don't get the full 30% unless they're apprenticeship programs. But we're under it for both of our systems. The question is, if they add the two systems together, then are we over it for the solar system? So it's not as clear that if they're in the same fiscal year. So, but the shorter answer is we would get it the year after. And I think the intention, Paul, was when we get those credits, they go back into reserves.
Mhm.
We're recouping them into reserves. They go back into the capital fund. And just so you know, just on the land, the early site came in under. We don't know yet with the building.
Right. I know we don't know with the building, but can I ask a follow-up? Say the borrowing, and I don't know the numbers, but if our borrowing, this is just for examples, if our borrowing authorization for the override, or the exclusion, debt exclusion is 50 million, and we have 5 million, so a total of 5 million from capital for a $55 million project. Again, making up numbers here. If the bid comes in at 53 million, is the intention to still borrow the full 50, use 3 of capital, and return the other 2 from capital to the capital stabilization, so that you're only actually then need 3 million in reimbursements to really sort of make the capital stabilization whole? Or would you borrow only 48 million and use the full 5 million for capital? Like, I guess that's part of my question about this, since we don't know, but we got extra state money too, right? And so what's the plan for that? I hope that question's a little clear.
You know, I'm turning that to Paul and Sandy, but it's also the bond thing, because Sean had figured out we weren't going out for all of it at once in terms of, and so that answer is a more complicated one.
Yeah, so we met with Sandy and Holly and a bunch of us met with the bond rating agency Wednesday, I think, and hoping for I don't know, I don't want to speculate online, but not expect our fundamentals are your numbers are your numbers, right? And our sort of basic wealth of our community base, because the presence of a large student body just brings us down. But I think we made a very strong pitch. They recognized that our fundamentals and our management team is strong and all those things. But and Kathy's right. What we do is we borrow just as much as we need. And this borrowing is just for a portion of what we're going to need, and because we don't want to borrow in advance. And the less we can borrow, we needed the borrowing authorization, but doesn't mean we're going to borrow the full amount. Sandy,
so that's to say, we don't know yet, Mandy Jo.
Bernie?
I was going to say, ask that question after the ribbon cutting. You really don't know until the project's over and done. And at what point did you have to borrow the full amount? The other thing we have to keep in mind is November is coming. And if there's a change in administration, there's already been pledges to make all this green stuff go away. Now I know that for the feds, stuff that's in the pipeline can last for a couple of years after changes are made, but we need to watch and see what happens on a national level before we can absolutely count on that $5 million.
I just say the good news on that, Bernie, is the number of major industries that are drawing on that. This is not just drawing on it in terms of the credit, but we've spurred growth in industries in the United States because so it's a bigger group. So when we double check, there's other stuff that might disappear in IRA, but they thought this one's going to hold because it's leaped us ahead of Europe in a pretty amazing way. So
well, let's just hope.
Yeah.
Because stupid is as stupid does, and we have to wait and see.
So, any other questions on the overall budget? Okay, we'll move on to our last topic, which is the projected revenues. Does anyone want to start with questions, or did we send questions in on that? Councilor Haneke?
I didn't send it in, but I just have one. I'm pretty sure I know what Paul's going to say to it and Sandy's going to say, but I ask it every year. House and Senate budgets are out. Senate budget, in some sense, for general government and schools is better than both the House and the governor's. It matches the governor's 3% in UGA, and it matches the House's 104 for Chapter 70. So it had some benefits from what we liked in some of both of them. how does that affect the planning for this budget or the spending? I'm pretty sure the answer for this budget is it's not going to affect this one. You're not going to update those government numbers. Is the potential revenue from that enough that you would consider supplemental budgets that we did, I think 2 years ago, or maybe it was 3 years ago when we passed a supplemental because the government spending or, government state aid was much higher than the budget. How does it potentially affect school, library, all of that? Could you just talk about what the plans this year are? Would we just basically take it in as extra money without budgeting it? Or, yeah, can you just talk about that?
I think you have to wait and see. So you're right about the numbers. The Senate did pick the higher numbers. What that really means when they get into conference committee remains to be seen. It used to be that the House would always underfund UMass when Stan Rosenberg was Senate president, because they knew that he wanted UMass funded more, so then they could get something. So there's a lot of gamesmanship that goes on in these budgets to see what trade-offs there are. So given that, we based the budget presented to the council on the governor's budget, and we didn't change it with the House budget. We're not going to change it with the Senate budget. We'll see what happens with the conference committee. But by that time, you should have finished your budget deliberations. There will be different things that will change toward the once we have final state aid numbers, once we have final new growth numbers, and that typically could be that there will be some sort of amendments that could be presented to the council in the fall. But since we don't know what those numbers are yet, it's too early to say. Is that what you expected me to say?
Yes, but I thought I'd ask it anyway.
Any other questions? Kathy?
It's a question or a comment. We're at probably third quarter now of knowing what this fiscal year is. And in the last several years, we've generated a surplus beyond what we put on paper that we were generating. So as we close out this year, the other thing that's being projected, I mean, some of that is that new growth came in at X, or that we got interest earnings on Y, where so it tended to be more the revenue side than the expense side, although on expense it was a little bit less. It's going to be not, the timing isn't right for this budget, but I would like to, do in that same scenario world, try to take a look at that next year, because, or at the beginning of next year, next fiscal year, not calendar year, because one of the things people who are in outside groups like the school committee, they're saying, well, if we're doing that, why don't we just grab it initially, thinking of building it into the expense line. So making it clearer what the sources of that are, because I think we're budgeting appropriately. And you already mentioned the new growth one. We are systematically each year underestimating if we took last year as the truth, but we don't know this year what this year is going to be. And I don't know the extent to which the planning department knows they've just approved 2 major projects, like when is the start and when is the end date. We would get some what ifs on new growth beyond the norm. So I don't know whether that's possible or whether that's too risky to do it. And out 2 or 3 years out 2 or 3 years, I think it's impossible because we don't know what else will be. But out 1 year is a little easier.
I'll say 2 things about that. One, don't forget that new growth relates back to last January 1st. So if planning just approves something, that won't be for new growth until next year. So the other thing is the 650 number might be wrong, but it does remind me of my favorite Dilbert cartoon, where the spiky-headed boss said, Dilbert, this estimate is wrong. And Dilbert says, well, he says, get me a new estimate. And he goes, well, I have an infinite number of numbers that are wrong. So sometimes you just have to pick one.
And my only other comment is on the scenarios. I think that it's excellent to know that you've got that, because that is thinking about the next year. If we're back on a 2.5% on each budget, people need to, we just did the library budget quickly, but it was like, can't begin to guess FY26. Well, you need to start thinking about FY26 when you're already planning for FY25, in terms of not just the hope for, and schools will be even more so. So
Yeah, and I just want to weigh in. I know you'll be under pressure to be more aggressive on your projections for revenue, um, and I think that our process has served the town well and has always wound up with a positive result. And we have a direct experience when the economy stopped, it collapsed, and all those projections stopped, and we had to cut budgets. And so I think we don't have to go back to the Depression. We can go back 3 years and see what was the impact when the world stopped all of a sudden, and that can happen again. So I think being conservative, because we had the resources, because we had strong projections, I think we survived as well as any other community. And so I think we just, that's when we talk about discipline, blah blah blah. It really is about protecting our future, not about satiating our appetite today.
I just want to say, Paul, I totally agree with that. And so I just think in our report, we need to emphasize that I think we're budgeting in a fiscally appropriate way. Years ago, when I taught public budgeting, and I said where we can find money after the fact, is you tend to do the worst case on expenditures in terms of a little on the high side and a little on the low side where it's uncertain on revenues, because you can't raise your prices. You can't, we're not a private sector firm because you say the cost of cars is bigger the next year because of it. We don't have that. So we have to have, with a little contingency in there. So I think it's smart, but I just think people keep looking at it saying, oh, if we'd only known, then we could have spent that money, but then we wouldn't have had the money anyway if we had spent it. So I think we just need to express that in our report to the council.
Councilor Haneke?
So this doesn't go to the FY25 proposed budget, but the prior actuals and recap, our budget, any year we pass it, plans to do and use the maximum allowable levy in property taxes. Yet when we recap and when we do actuals, there's always a small number, around 100,000, that is not used of that levy. Can you explain how that happens? I mean, I'm sure it's a very simple explanation of something about like dividing and math, but how is it that we don't use the whole thing that we've budgeted?
It all has to do with you can't cut a penny in half. When you set the tax rate, you have to set it to a penny. And that means when you do the calculation of our maximum levy, that theoretical tax rate will run out many decimal places. But when you have to round it to 2 decimal places, the difference usually ends up being about 100, or in Amherst case, last few years, about $80,000. It's all just rounding.
And my follow-up then is, how is that built into the expense line, knowing that, you've budgeted the full cap maximum levy, but you're probably not going to get that levy? Where in his expenses, since we're passing a balanced budget, where in the expense line is that sort of fit in? Is it really, is it on the reserve for abatements and exemptions, even though it's not really an abatement and exemption? Is it kind of built into that, or how is it built into the expense side to balance the budget?
It all just gets figured in to make, so you just have to have enough revenue. So right now we've assumed we're going to get all of the tax revenue. At some point, that tax revenue number is actually going to be bigger because new growth is going to come in. So the fact that we then have to shrink it down a little bit means that we have enough taxes to cover things. And then if there are other adjustments that we need to make, frankly, I don't remember how we used to do it. You have two choices. You then can bring something, you have three choices. You can spend more money, come in with a supplemental budget. Two, you can lower something like your local receipts estimate to bring everything into balance. Or three, you can spend more money in a sense by increasing the overlay. And I just don't, and Amherst has, I think has done supplementals in the last few years, so probably just brought things into balance through that supplemental. But in Arlington, for example, we always just adjusted the overlay to bring it into balance. So at the end, it's all about the same. You have to have a balanced budget. That's what the recap is about. And then you just make these little adjustments here or there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other issues that people want to bring up for future meetings or otherwise? Don't see anything.
I would just say, Bob, if I could interject
Sure.
for a second, I'm not intending to attend all your meetings. Partly I'll be away, partly I think when you talk to the departments, they are going to do a good enough job of answering about their own budgets that you don't need me. But I would say if as you go along, there are specific questions that you want to ask about the budget in a big way, let me know and I can either email back or show up at a meeting. But generally I won't be here.
Fair enough. Anyone else? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll
Second.
second. I just want to tell everyone, schools are next week. I sent in questions. Mandy sent me some, but if you look at the elementary or regional school, you should send them to Bob and Athena. Just a reminder of what's next Tuesday. I second adjourn.
Okay. I'll just go around. Counselor Haneke?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Andy? Kathy?
Yes.
Alicia?
Yes.
Bernie?
Wholeheartedly support.
And Matt? Matt may be gone.
Silence is consent.
Yes. All right. We're adjourned at 11:50 a.m. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.